Good morning, political bias. How are you this fine morning? Ken Alloway, good morning. Have to excuse me folks, I'm going to have to take some quick calories. It's all been very exciting this morning. So we'll have to see how today plays out. So we're using some new kit this morning, our new hardware encoder switcher. So it's very much see how we roll. The plan was to introduce that and do a closed test possibly next week ahead of Schiphol. But like the kid that can't wait for Christmas, I figured it would be worth getting it out of the box and let's have a go today. So we got it Thursday lunchtime, so we are still working our way through. So thanks Ken, cheers for the heads up on that. The only thing we haven't integrated to my satisfaction is the signal bonding, so we're just going to have to see how that plays out today. That's a feature that can be incorporated with this, but it's more a case of my desire to use the new kit today rather than use the older setup, kind of won out. So something new. It looks like the 730, I think it's the 730 Jet 2 departure is running a little bit late, so let's have a look. KLM have cancelled their early flight today, or earlier flight. So let me just move the camera for you while I'm still setting up a little bit. This will be the Jet 2 Grenoble flight. Which apparently was scheduled for 7 o'clock. Political, you're off to Carlisle on the train. What are you doing there, mate? It's a scenic route, isn't it? Cross country. I'm in good shape, Ken. The other new thing that's been tried today are these, like, well, I'll put them in front of the camera. There are other brands available. Let's just zoom us out. Let's see how these go. Because it is, well, we'll do the weather forecast in a bit, but unsurprisingly it's jolly cold. I thought I'd better read the instructions on these, otherwise you'll be hearing a lot of ooh ah, ooh ah. And I discovered they're a bit hotter than I'd budgeted for. Thank you Ken. Our Airbus A320 incoming from Belfast, and I can see it as well actually, so top shout mate. Still a little bit, I can just make it out on the VDU, but it's probably looks like a small bird to you guys. I'll just lock us for the minute. Oh, it's freezing on the train, is it, political? I am wrapped up like an Eskimo. I tell you what it is though, it's the digits that you suffer with, isn't it? Which is why I've got the pocket warming things, which I think I'll open in a minute. It says it works for 10 hours. But me being a disbelieving soul, it says just pull them out the sachet, exposed to the atmosphere, and everything will be warm. So I'm doing that now as we speak, because I'll be able to keep dobbing my hands in my pockets, hopefully. That would be the dream. To be fair, kudos on this to my daughter-in-law. I'd have never got round to this particular change. It's got to be much better than moaning about cold hands, isn't it? Right, let's get back to the action. I've set the tripod up on as kind of 50-50 because there is a possibility of reverse ops later. The wind at the minute is a virtually non-existent westerly, but we'll move around to an easterly by the end of the show, albeit at no discernible wing strength. Very poised. And of course this time next week I'll be, well, I think I'll actually be in Schiphol. Let's see if my hand warms up. Getting warmer. Fairly slow. I'm kind of expecting to be able to toast crumpets with them, should I feel so inclined. Hot enough to do that, but not hot enough to burn a hole in my pocket. So, first incomer of the day. So we're a little bit light on movements today compared with last week. There is no Chewy 787, so I'm guessing that's a fortnightly introduction, which is a shame. It was the reason we came up with the 787 versus the 777 poll. I thought we'd have a couple of heavies to point at during the course of the show. Well, I've got to be honest with you, I love the lakes, political, very restful. Which part are you actually going to? I'm sorry if I've missed that in the chat. Quite fond of Ullswater. Fantastic. So, at 2 o'clock to me, our Jet 2 737 is just taxiing out on its way to Grenoble. We'll pick that one up in a minute. Political, I'm hoping I'll come back and say I like Schiphol. I think I've seen bags with that, with a big heart in the middle, and I love Schiphol. That might be my trip souvenir. Kendal. I don't think I know Kendal quite so well. It's all good there though, isn't it? I think the thing you have to get lucky with is the weather, but I think at this time of year you'd take cold over wet, wouldn't you? BQ, hello my friend, how goes it? Thanks for joining us. So we're just doing a quick one-way patrol. So do excuse me while I just have a quick look-see with a couple of bits. Of course, the other big variable will be power consumption, which I fell foul of for different reasons last week. Obviously being extremely cold, the kit generally doesn't like working much below freezing, and the Met Office had it as freezing for 8 o'clock, so we'll see. It's all about pushing those boundaries. So we'll pick up the 737 in a second that is bound for Grenoble. Ryanair have a Tenerife flight, which says here was due out at 7:05, so we're probably picking up some of the benefit of some de-icing action. BQ, that's exactly how this show should work. We'll come out and film it, and you know, work with the cold and all the rest of it. You should be able to watch this in comfort, in the best way possible. Excuse me, I've got a big pack of tissues with me this morning. Too much information probably, but you know the way it rolls. They'll hear me sniffling otherwise and think, is he going down with something? Not that he knows, but it's jolly chilly. I keep reflecting. But yeah, at home in the warm, that's the whole point. It's funny though, looking at the chat, political, you're saying about the weather and the tendency towards rain. Before my lad was born, or when Mrs. Plain Sailing Aviation was expecting, we had a week there. The in-laws used to have a touring caravan. They'd had a fortnight and it rained every day pretty much for a fortnight, and the only reason they toughed it out is because they were leaving it there for us to have a week in it. We go there and we get a good week's weather. Of course we weren't able to enjoy the walks to their full extent, so that's going to be a little bit blurry. I think it's a bit murky at the back end, because I think at that point Mrs. Plain Sailing Aviation was quite heavily pregnant. But we aced the weather. I think we went back to Ullswater first year of the pandemic, and that was lovely as well. So, all ready to roll for Grenoble. Another bunch of intrepid later season skiers. Hopefully they're going to make out with plenty of snow. I'm not going to try and chase in too much on that. Optics are not great at the back end. Yeah, there is no escaping the cold and wet in a tent, is there, political? Really isn't. Well, my pocket warmers are starting to work. Checking out the technology. I think even the fluid in my fluid head is thinking about trying to freeze up. We'll just drop onto our Ryanair Tenerife flight. Yes, there is an element of optical illusion, BQ, probably, although how truly level the runway is, it certainly looks higher. Well, here's the Logan Air Southampton flight. For a minute I feared that wasn't actually on today. I couldn't see it. I couldn't believe it. But is it raining? Sleeting? Given the temperatures, it'd have to be sleet. No, I can't this morning, political. Last week I could, which I quite like. I know some people find it an oddity, but I love the smell of Jet A1. I'm sure it's not very good for you. But no, great sound, but no smell. Thank you, Ken. Great audio. Again, it's with a new setup, new kit. We're going to tweak all these things midweek. It was more a case of getting the basic broadcast out of the box, see how it runs, and see what we learn while we're out and about. Always my favourite approach. JT Jets, good morning to you. Yeah, better weather today, although actually, let's put a health warning on that. Better weather at the moment. Bitingly cold, but a lot of blue in the sky. Political, no, but I have discovered that the building that Martin Gallagher was asking about on behalf of his wife is Blagdon Hall. I was struggling to work it out from the overlay with the video, the satellite picture and the Ordnance Survey, because sometimes these big houses are marked on the Ordnance Survey. But it was Audrey MacDonald who put me onto that one on, I think, last week's show. She was talking about the Ridley estate, and that is indeed their family seat. Sorry folks, we can't get close up on that. I don't know, I'll just have a quick look, see if there's any condensation forming. Alibi, good morning to you. Hope all is good. Political, it's quite a big estate, isn't it, Blagdon? I've come to appreciate. In fact, in that interesting kind of, just bear with me folks, I'm just going to give the lens a little wipe. I don't think that's the issue. I think on particularly cold days and particularly warm days, the far end can be a little bit hitty-missy. I know in the depths of summer it can be. You get a lot of hazing. Anyway, yes, Viscount Ridley, turns out, is a science writer and all the academia, I suppose, but he's also a Times newspaper journalist, or he was. When I looked him up on Wikipedia, the penny dropped. Quite liked his columns. I used to read the Times before the pandemic, and then just got out the habit of buying a newspaper. Must have saved a fortune since. But his columns were always interesting. I went for a battery change on the shotgun mic this morning. Sorry, nearly knocked the tripod over. No earthquake or anything. I figured it was better to change it at home. It was more or less up on its operating hours rather than attempt to do it with frozen fingers. Political, no worries, my friend. Hope you're hearing this response to your message. Save your stuff for the trip. Absolutely. Have a great time, mate. I hope to catch you next time out. I must admit, politicals put that kind of holiday fever into my head. Right, let's go to our next depart. Sorry, we've got out of focus. I've just appreciated. So I'll leave her out a little bit. Well, it's lovely and peaceful down here. Although of course that does sound a little bit paradoxical, doesn't it? Because we'd rather it was noisy and busy. Thank you, Ken Alloway. Our Tenerife flight is indeed lined up, ready to rock and roll. And I can see another one being pushed back at the minute, which is the outgoer to Faro. Lucky things. I'll tell you what, these pocket warming devices, they're spot on. I don't know if people have tried these when they're out walking with a dog or whatever. Must be a bit heavy, went out a little bit lower than I was anticipating. Let's rest up on our Jet 273. Yeah, I'm late to the party, Ken, on that one. I've been kind of over fixated on tech and other bits, but it does make a difference. I mean, people like Simon Lowe, who are out on the south bank or south side, whatever they call it, at Manchester, you know, out there for long hours in all weathers. He must have a fantastic cold wetter setup. Quickening Cat, good morning. How are you? Very tired, I'm imagining. Grateful you could join us. Okay, well, I think while we've got a minor pause in play, let's open the show up proper. So, good morning and a very warm welcome to Newcastle International Airport for Plain Sailing Aviation's Saturday morning show. So, obviously, while the warm welcome is sincere, it's pretty darned perishing, as we were just discussing in the chat. Pocket warmers deployed to keep my digits dexterous. So let's see how that one works as the show goes on. I'm not sure it's going to help me avoid the award of a telescope at some point in the show for missing some action of some description. But with our race moderators on the stream, we have Ken Alloway and Alibi 58 at the minute. That moment won't be past, will it? So I know I'm going to get a telescope or more today. Bit of an in-house joke. So let's have a look-see. The other thing as well, which has had me chuckling all week, and this is down to Ken, the idea that we could go with the plain sailing Aviation, the home of the very delayed One More plane, due to the late departure of the Chewy Dreamliner to Bridgetown last week. That really has made me smile all week. Sadly, we're not getting that plane today, but hey ho. And before we launch deeper into the show, and I become distracted by the action and all the other good things, a belated shout out to one of our subscribers, Mark Shepherd, who works on the ground ops team here at Newcastle. No easy paper round, and particularly at this time of the year. I think it's a well-known thing that airports are particularly chilly places. Top work. So for background, Mark's actually hard at work in our Storm Otto live stream, removing a chock from the departing Aer Lingus ATR 72, and he posted a comment shortly after to introduce himself, I guess, and say that he was the guy removing the chock. Unfortunately, that coincided with YouTube taking down the video, some spurious claim on copyright infringement. Well, how that could have been stood up, I don't know. But it took too long, but eventually we got our video back. So I think we lost it for about 2 weeks, which is pretty galling because the case was non-existent. Anyway, now I've got Mark's name, now I can shout it out. So morning Mark, hopefully you're hearing this, preferably from home, having a well-earned break, but nevertheless, hi mate. It's probably in that sort of anecdote bracket, probably like the late Max Bygraves used to say, you know, this is perhaps the channel where we want to tell you a story. Anyway, let's get off that one. So to the weather outlook, as covered a few times already, it's very cold, 0 degrees at 8 o'clock, and should be around 3 degrees by show's end, which is scheduled for about 11:30. All things dependent on action and power, because obviously power drain is a little bit higher in the very cold. As you'll see in the shot, there is negligible wind. I mean, it says around 3 miles an hour on the Met Office site. I don't think that's 3 miles an hour, but I'm not going to measure it. Gusts apparently 8 miles an hour falling to 5. We haven't got 8 miles an hour gusts, perhaps we've got that to look forward to. And the good news is likelihood of rain or snow less than 5%. I must admit I would quite like a bit of a snow flurry just to give it a bit more difference, but I'm not looking forward to getting wet. But of course the chances of feeling cold 100%. So before I go back to the chat, just a quick plug for our in-stream poll, which is this week pitching the 787 against the 777. That really spawned from last week where we had both planes in the show. Sadly we've only got the triple today, but it's an interesting one. Quite a polarising thing for some, and therefore let's just chuck it out there. Bit of fun for the chat. Last week our first poll came out 70-30 in favour of earlier starts, so we will look to do something there, but not at the expense of the run time for those people who prefer to get up a little bit later. We try to be inclusive. Jane Latter, good morning to you. How are you? In good shape, I'm hoping. Yeah, just looking at JT, they must have, I think Simon and Mac must have more than just very good thermals. I'm Berghaused up to the hilt, and you still get to feel it. Ken, the good news is not everybody in the chat will know who Max Bygraves was. Jane Latter's off to Dubai next Thursday. What, from Newcastle, Jane? I can't make any promises because obviously there's other movable pieces, but if we are doing any kind of test activity down here and I can in any way overlay it with your trip departure, I will do. Have you been to Dubai before, Jane? Right, let's have a look here. Taschen Reichner. I know I've not said that correctly. And then it signed off Lee. Can I call you Lee? Be easier. Save me murdering the syntax and all the rest of it. Good morning to you. So you're at the other end of the runway. Yeah, I'd love watching the Emirates come in low. So you're more Dinnington side. Jane, I'll make a note in the diary. Like I say, it's not a promise because obviously there's other moving parts. But you know, I'm all about the human interest. And if it's someone that's part of our show that's travelling and we can sync it up, we'll do it. Quickening Cat, I think the sun's been quite kind to us. It's still quite a lot of blue sky, so long may that continue. So the plane we're zeroed on at the minute is an outgoing Lanzarote flight. Is the guy on the left in shorts? Our postie was delivering the other day in shorts. I'm impressed. I know people play football in shorts and rugby, but maybe it's just the fact I'm 57. Sue Major, good morning to you. Hope you're in good shape this morning. Weekend's here. JT, Myrtle Avenue, yeah. Good location. It's a pretty iconic location. I think if I'm candid though, I'd say it's probably slightly better for stills than video, but it's still good for video. Ah, Lee, you live at Brunswick. Ideally situated. Do you know, I'd have to check on that one, JT, the other location. It's literally the opposite side of the airport, but I'd have to look back. Francesca Hopkins, good morning to you. Welcome to the show. I'm Mark, your host with Plain Sailing Aviation, our Saturday show. Whilst we watch this Jet 2 737 moving around on the apron. I believe this is the one that's bound for Lanzarote, but who knows. Now I'm just going to move the camera. Because I'm imagining our outgoing Belfast flight shouldn't be that far off pushing back, although people are still going up the steps. So just bear with me folks while I have a quick look see at what's occurring with the setup. So next arrival is going to be our British Airways A319 baby bus, which apparently is running 10 minutes early. We'll take that. Fortunately we haven't got our KLM 845, that's a cancellation, which is a shame because boy do I like KLM. And of course I'll be travelling with KLM next weekend, which I'm particularly looking forward to. So yes, the plane we're trained on at the minute should be an 8:25 departure. So let's just move around. So in the foreground you've got Ryanair's 737, which is off to Faro, and just in the background Jet2's flight to Lanzarote. Ken, I just literally heard it go. I can see the vapour trail, and you know I'm fond of Edelweiss. One of my favourite liveries. I'm not going to break out into some kind of Sound of Music rendition. I'm not sure the shotgun mic would like it. Martin Gallagher, how are you, my friend? Is Mrs. Gallagher nearby? Francesca Hopkins, well you're one in front of me then. Always learning something new. Right, very good. In which case, if you remember, and I was saying this earlier in the show, so for those who've heard it before, I do apologise. But you know me, I do like to get to the bottom of things, eventually. That one. Not that one. That one. Mrs. Gallagher was inquiring about that grand looking property. A bit blurry from here, it's way too far for the camera, in fact even less so now. We finally, with the help of one of our viewers, Audrey McDonald, worked out that it is the home of the Ridley family, the White Ridley family. So very historic, grade 1 listed building, which is I'd imagine top of the hierarchy. So built in 1698, or it's been their home there since 1698, so whether there's been different iterations of the building, it's certainly grade 1 listed, and it does share that in common with Downton Abbey. So yeah, Blagden Hall. Sorry you had to wait a few weeks for that one. Let's watch this Ryanair departure. Thomas Brewell. Hope I'm saying that correctly, my friend. Good morning to you. See, you live in one of the homes of plane spotting, Frankfurt. Fantastic place. Only been there once, but we had a fabulous weekend and we are going back. Hope all is good with you, my friend. So a few weeks ago, another one of those loose ends that I've been pecking away at in the background. So on the Edinburgh stream there was a question about max taxi speeds, and I think we settled on around 20 knots being the thought max. Anyway, by the by, I tweeted Edinburgh. I've yet to hear back. Newcastle, I asked the same question because it's always interesting. So I've not calibrated it to knots, but it's 15 mile an hour maximum, average speed 10 to 15 mile an hour. Shout out to Dave, operations manager at Newcastle International Airport, for his kind assistance with that one. Alibi 58, more tea is always in order. There's those pesky branches. See them at the bottom of your screen. Whenever I hit on them, it seems to give me a bit of a distortion. Never mind. I'm not chasing in close on this, folks. It's a bit murky at the back end. Alibi, I'm on red alert, mate, for our baby boss. I've got visual. Just looks like a very small crow on the very far horizon, but that will soon change. Good shout, mate. Sorry if I've missed that in the chat, Francesca. Whereabouts are you? We'd like to know where our viewers live. Well, not literally where they live, but situated. That's a better word, isn't it? So there'll be no dallying, not with our British Airways on finals. Gizmo 8787, good morning to you. Hope you're well this morning, enjoying the weekend. A fair bit of moisture there, isn't there? Off to sunny Faro. Sorry folks, tip the tripod there. I've reused the gag from a few minutes ago. No earthquake. See how the sun has come out beautifully. Sunglasses weather, but it is now snowing. Very fine droplets. In fact, let me just protect the kit. As we often reflect on this show, something very classy about British Airways' livery. Very much a timeless classic. Although for me, if they put all their short haul stuff in BEA and long haul in BOAC, my all-time favourite livery, I'd be a happy player. Looks like he's waiting for the jet to Belfast pushback, which is currently doing exactly that. Margaret McKenna, good morning. We'll be making a bacon butty, smashing. I'm hoping that's been washed down with a pot of tea or coffee if that's your thing. Jacques van der Berg, good morning to you. Watching from Polo Quain, I'm not saying that right at all, South Africa. Jacques, fantastic for joining us. So we're looking at the incoming British Airways flight, Airbus A319, and if we just track across, here is our outgoing Belfast A320. Paul Usher, good morning to you, sir. How goes it? Ben Purvis, good morning to you from Jersey. I'm guessing the weather's a bit better there, isn't it? You can tell me not now, aren't you? But let's see. Just having a quick scroll back through the chat, check I've not missed anybody. So yes, with the sun out, it's starting to feel a bit pleasant. As you'll see from the windsock, it's negligible wind at the minute, although its direction is supposed to change. It's firing off a quick snap there, folks. You may have seen a stutter, that's all that is. So this will be on its way back to gate 3, I think is the usual berth. Yeah, it is. Nell W was asking about the number of gates here on last week's show. I've had that confirmed at 18 operational gates. So another shout out to Dave, Operations Manager at Newcastle International. Hayden Brown, good morning from New Zealand. We've got 2 viewers from New Zealand. Yourself and Quitting Cap. welcome to the show. Which part of New Zealand are you hailing from, Hayden? No, I think I'll track after our departing EasyJet. Oh, good. Ben, you've got 12 degrees? Yeah, I'd take up. Definitely. It's a long time since I've been Jersey. I think, my boy had a cricket tour there when he was around 12, 14, something in that region. We had 4 days there, absolutely gorgeous. I mean, the weather was nice, but it was such a fabulous place. And for those who like the cricket weren't bad either. So Hayden, you are South Island, Timaru, the city on the Pacific coast. I'll look that up on the map later. That's the beauty of the chat. You meet all kinds of people in all kinds of places. With something new. Just having a quick check on power. All looking very good. Unlike me tracking this plane. So the star of the show, as scripted, will be our Emirates 777, which is scheduled to be in at 11:20. When I checked at 5:30 this morning, I think that was looking at 11:08. I'm going to guess it sheds a little bit of time as it reaches European airspace. Francesca, fantastic to have you with us. Excellent. I'm sorry if I missed it in the chat, because obviously I'm pointing the camera and other bits. Which part of Europe are you from, or living at? I think you said you were close to Frankfurt or within an hour. Okay, sorry Francesca. UK. Hayden saying he's got a friend who lives in Timaru, was a 777 captain, and enjoyed Newcastle because of the short and often windy weather. Yeah, it's short, sorry, and the weather's often windy, much like Wellington. Well, I can definitely vouch for the fact it's often windy here. I mean, it's a beautiful part of the world, no question, but jolly windy. So let's see what else is happening. So quickening cat, Timaru is about 9 hours away northwards, as long as you take snap brakes. Yes, you've got to take snap brakes. I'm going to be taking a snap brake in a bit, as you're going to know. I'm going to try and be as discreet as I can. Okay, good morning Dirk Marion. How are you, my friend? Paul Anderson, you live on the flight path. You saw the Belfast Newcastle flight arrive early on. I'm always envious of folks who live on the flight path. I know everyone's got a view on this. Some people don't like the noise, but for us aviation enthusiasts, it's just fantastic. It's how I got into planes in the first place. My grandparents, as I think I've said on the introduction video, lived very close to Myrtle Avenue. So we used to travel down from Leicestershire to Bedfont, which close to the airport, and I'd spend hours in the garden watching the planes come in. And that's how it all started. Nell W, good morning to you. Hope you're well this morning. Paul, I love the noise too, mate. I mean, planes are quieter now as well, aren't they? So it's, if you think about the kind of noise that was being churned out back in the 70s when I started, obviously Concorde was entering service. The Tridents used to be pretty noisy as well for a relatively small plane. Nell, have we got Hubby 201 on the stream as well? Good morning to you, Hubby 201. A key player, plain sailing aviation, twice now been instrumental in getting us over 200 likes when we were chasing that particular metric. So I suppose that's a judicious moment for me to say, if you like what you see, please do hit that like button, because it helps us with YouTube, and better yet, please consider subscribing to the channel. We base ourselves in Newcastle, but we also do Edinburgh and go out on the road. Next weekend we're off to Schiphol for some overseas action, our second overseas stream. We did Dublin back in February. So yeah, please do consider subscribing, and of course if you do, as they always tell me, it's good to hit the notification bell too. Romans Train Spotting, Washers and Plane Spotting 1. Hello to you, my friend. Welcome to the show. I'm Mark, the host. We're going to be on air till about 11:30, but as regulars on the show will know, that can vary depending on whether I've got enough electricity, what the weather's doing, if there's any action. If we're looking good on every front and there's something to show you, we'll stay on a bit longer. Right, so let's get to the other bits, Nell W. So let's think in reverse order. You'll have missed this bit. So you asked on last week's show about the number of gates at Newcastle. Dave, the ops manager at Newcastle International, has confirmed they've got 18 operational gates here. So that was one of my bits of homework. Rowan, no, I did not know that. I'm sorry about the sound of somebody walking up a gravel path. That's me just snatching a bite. Right, let's get to the biggest announcement of the show. And it's not that we're going to Schiphol next week. It's the excellent news that Nell W has agreed to join as a moderator for this channel. So welcome aboard, Nell. I'm going to work out how to give you your blue spanner. I've not done one for a few weeks and I'm not working off the laptop, so it may be I have to do that later. Let's just see if my tablet will let me do it. Right. Oh yes. Nell, welcome aboard. You've now got your blue spanner. Well, you should have your blue spanner. Good morning, Rainer. How are you, my friend? Just checking out your icons. I am particularly loving that pot of tea and the cup that looks like it's brimming over with tea. That would be just the job. Right, let's have a quick rustle up, see. Look at that now, that blue spanner. I'm liking the emoji as well. I can hear a start up, even with my headphones on. The Jet 2 Lanzarote flight is still transponding away in my line of sight, but I thought I could hear a start up. So let's just pan across. So if you're new to the show, you're maybe new to Newcastle International Airport, maybe it's not, but welcome to us. It's a little bit quieter than it can be. Fits and troughs, peaks and troughs. Fits and starts is actually what I meant to say. So let's have a quick look see on Flight Radar. I don't know if folks are using the new version of Flight Radar, the beta version. Don't know if folks have seen that, what they're watching the show in. If you are, let us know in the chat how you're finding it. So let's have a look. 8:45, we're supposed to have a Ryanair 737 from Dublin, but it doesn't show us live here. Which would make our Geneva EasyJet flight the next one in just after 9. Flight Radar's having a wobbly on me at the minute. Let's go back to the chat very quickly. Paul Anderson, yeah, it is awesome, isn't it? It's mostly as a kid, it was from my grandparents' back garden. I never flew until I was an adult, so it was one of those things where I always wanted to fly because there looked to be so much magic going on in the sky, and I wanted to be part of that. But one of my grandfathers was a maintenance supervisor with British Airways, so back in the days when you could do an awful lot more, I got an evening visit to the airport and got to sit in some cockpits, Tridents and Tri-Stars if I remember correctly. Magical time. I don't think you get to do that these days easily. But you're right, when you go up close, it's amazing. Nell, I like that one. Nose to nose with a 380. Was that a 380 you were travelling on? Let's see if Flight Radar's unbooked itself. So yeah, EasyJet in at 9:02, A320. Ryanair's Barcelona flight is running about an hour late. So we're looking a bit spotty on incomers. Oh, but the good news is we've got some outgoing movement. So here is our delayed Lanzarote flight. Give us something to watch. Coincidentally, and I think I know we've discussed this on the show, the Which survey on passenger satisfaction. Got a little stack of Jet 2 brochures picked up yesterday when I was out and about. I think they're going to be our airline for summer holes. I mean, there's a practical aspect to that, more to do with a particular route we want and being able to fly from Newcastle. was quite keen to go to Madeira, which before the pandemic we used to go most years, well, latterly anyway. Okay, the chat's just zoomed along there. Sorry if I've missed a couple of bits. I'm just looking at Roman's train spotting, talking about the diversion, a Jet 2 from Stansted to Catania. Can't spit it out. Problems with its flaps, diverted to Manchester. Yeah, that's the thing about diversions. You know what they say, safety first. CMDR Mario Marquez. Good morning to you, my friend. Welcome to the show. I'm Mark, your host for Plain Sailing Aviation. We're going to be broadcasting through till around 11:30. Maybe there's a bit of extra time. We'll see how things roll. Dopey Gorp. Good morning to you, my friend. Hope you are easing into the weekend in style. We've just given Nell, no Mel's in this, Nell, blue spanner. So we are at our full strength of 5. Well, I don't think we've got Paul on the chat, so I stand to be corrected. But we are full. We have a full complement of superb moderators. Anyway, thanks for joining, mate. Hope you've got a brew to hand. Let's have a look. Just go back to the chat. Nell was responding to my question, I think, on the 380. Now it's just jumped forward. Transit in Singapore, and the 380 got close to the terminal. Unlike me getting close to this plane with the camera, I'm going to blame Nell. I was curious. 380's on the list of planes I want to fly on. That's an interesting observation, Alibi. Spare aircraft at Manchester, which of course is where their maintenance depot is, isn't it? So yeah, that makes intrinsic sense. So 3 likes short of the 50. So thank you for everybody that has liked us. If you are yet to hit the like and you like what you see, please do give consideration to giving us that support. Helps us with YouTube. I think most people know that now. I think most live streams have to kind of remind people, because you're here for the planes, get that. CMDR Mario Marquez, I think it's about 3 degrees if I had to guess it. It was due to start off at 0, but with the sun on you, it's not too bad. Lovely stuff. I'm just going to pop us back onto this Jet2 737, which I think might be our next departure. Camera's got to rest somewhere. So actually, I'm thinking whilst there isn't much happening here, I'm just going to take the camera for a drive around the airport. So apologies to folks who've seen it all before, but obviously there may be people who've not seen Newcastle International. So if I pull the camera round, so there's the main terminal building. Just starting to drizzle. The lower gate numbers start this side, so to the left of that British Airways is gate 1. British Airways normally take gate 3, and then you should work your way along. We'll see Aer Lingus at gate 4 later, more than likely. Logan Air tend to be this side, and then as we work our way around, now I can't show you the other side, but literally the opposite side of there is another rack of terminals or gates. So there is a total of 18 operational gates at Newcastle, I'm told. Oh, I can see the pushback, good stuff. So typically Air France, KLM, they always operate over on the far side. Lufthansa tend to be more in the foreground, which, let's complete the tour, otherwise I forget what I was actually doing. So Emirates normally parks somewhere around here, as does the Dreamliner. And if we work our way around, we have the control tower, sponsored by Emirates. I'm not sure whether I'll blur if I chase in too hard. Certainly not in fluorescent lights. And then we've got the runway itself. In fact, actually, there's the... hang on. I've overrun the camera. There's the fire station. And if I keep twizzling the camera around, single runway here. I haven't got the exact meters in my head, it's something around 2,300 meters. The end you're looking at the minute, runway 25. The end I'm standing at, runway 7. So at the minute 25 is in use, which means from the direction of that wind farm in the background, that the planes come in over the North Sea to land, and they also start takeoff from that end. We may switch to reverse ops at some point during the show. The wind is changing, but equally it's at such a low strength it won't force their hand, I don't think. And if we move across this side, a little bit of a freight park, and then we get in the foreground the Newcastle Aviation Academy, where they train in ground ops, aeronautical engineering and cabin crew tasks. There's also the flying school, a business terminal behind there as well. The police have their helicopter base there, so veterans of the show will know that we often get helicopter action, not always the police, to be fair. Here we go with a bit of pushback. I think we were covering this in the chat last week. As bright as that looks, I prefer the classic Jet2 livery, to be honest. Just a view. It reminds me, and I'm sure it was Ken who put me right on this, but if you watch the LA streams, I think it's, is it Allegiant, or words that sound a bit like that? And it just looks like a straight lift off with the artwork. looking into the chat. Vinay Vishwakarma, good morning to you, my friend. Welcome to the stream. Hope you are enjoying Saturday. Nicholas Taylor, good morning to you in Leamington Spa. I'm guessing it's chilly there. Any snow? Andy C, good morning to you. Carl Shield, good morning to you. So I hope everybody is in good shape and enjoying the weekend. I'm with you, Nell W. I love it here, and it's not just because it's my nearest airport. I mean, I love it at Edinburgh as well, to be fair. And I think I put this out in a post, but if I've not, I definitely said it last week. All booked up since. Back to Glasgow. So we will be streaming from Glasgow, weather permitting, on Sunday the 26th of March. And the day before, being the Saturday, we'll be down at Edinburgh. I think when I last spoke to you all, I wasn't quite sure whether to do Edinburgh on the Saturday or the Monday, but for other reasons it's lined itself up very neatly for a weekend double header. Can't wait. So how are we looking with our 777 versus the 787 poll? Looking pretty tight actually. The 777 out front with 44% or 54% if the glasses are white, and the 787 on 46. Cool. Kind of, for me, when I ask myself the same question, and I've yet to cast my vote, that which way would I go? Because I love the wings on the 787. But probably leaning towards being a 777 person myself. Yep, there we go. Thank you, Alibi. There was a heightened risk of a telescope there. Although, I'll be honest with you, it's proving quite challenging to pick it up. The sun's beating off my face. Let's just come out to come in. It's sunglasses weather here. Here we go. We had a decent dump of snow earlier in the week. Went out for a nice long walk with Mrs. Plain Sailing Aviation, and I did put the sunglasses on. The sun was out. You could have probably got a tan if you'd stayed out long enough. Nicely done. sun reflects back beautifully, doesn't it, off the fuselage. You see EasyJet pushing back with their 737. On its way to Geneva. Geneva in, Geneva out. Andy P, it's definitely a bird, mate. Couldn't tell you with any authority what sort it is. I can hear a jackdaw in the background. Bungstar, good morning. It's interesting you say that. I've got a bit of a soft spot for the 340. I've got a soft spot for them all, haven't I? But I fear that one going out of service from a passenger point of view, certainly, before I get a chance to go on one. I know Lufthansa are currently operating them, but I think they have plans to move away and phase them out. And Edelweiss, my favourite, they also do 340. I'm going to say this wrong, but it's an honestly attempted pronunciation. Yao Lopez Esteves, good morning to you, my friend. How are you this morning? Where are you joining us from? Yeah, we're going to have an Airbus poll alibi. Next week's show, we'll have it. We're just tinkering with polls at the minute. I think when I scripted this particular poll, it was because I thought, what's going to be on offer today, to see whether that tilted wavering voters and all that. Whereas Schiphol next week, or Schiphol, that will give us plenty of options to work with. Gary Owen, good morning from a sunny but cold Bridlington. Snap here, I think, mate. The sun has been out for the last half hour, 40 minutes. It's quite nice in the sun. The minute it slides behind a cloud, you really do miss it. Simon Kirby, good morning to you, my friend. How am I? I'm in the pink, enjoying a nice restful Saturday morning down at Newcastle, just watching the planes. Not got my head into the football space yet, so who knows what this afternoon's going to bring. Don't think I want to think about it particularly. We've got Chelsea, haven't we? So I don't think that's going to be doing us any good. Although I think you've got Spurs, have you not? In which case that might be a tricky one for you. So let's just rotate the camera. We don't want the camera getting frostbite. I'm just going to rest it there a minute, because it looks like that Jet 2 737 is inching out, isn't it? Well, the handbrake's not been put on. Margaret McKenna, good morning to you. We're on the roll. So just for continuity, regulars to the show will know that we often talk about Loganair not transponding or not transponding consistently, and those who follow us on Twitter will know that I did tweet them to ask a question. Never got anything back to that, but having tried a different route, a very helpful Julie from customer services is going to take that query to someone who can hopefully answer it for us, because I suspect the answer is more their end than flight radars. So fingers crossed on that. Well, Simon, they might have seen all your moves. I always think Spurs is... oh, blimey. That's only half a telescope, Ken. Bit of chopper action. That was more of a telescope stand rather than the full telescope. I tell you what, these pocket warmers that I've deployed today, they have this habit of making you not want to take your hands out of your pockets. It's like standing up against a radiator. .5, Ken? Yep, it's half a telescope in it. I didn't see it leave the terminal. Didn't hear it. I'm going to say my headphones may have hindered a bit there. But yeah, it got out undetected. It's those light aircraft that start showing up around 10 o'clock. Sneaking out. Thank you, Nicholas Taylor. I always get the helicopters wrong. Is an R44, is that squirrel? Or is that something else? I'm going to get better at helicopters because we are off to Aberdeen when the weather warms up. I'm definitely not hardy enough to be out in Aberdeen in this type of weather. Andy C, I think you'll probably be right with your prior knowledge. It's just that it seems something has changed, because I mean, I've not been doing this that long, but at one time that wasn't ever an issue, and now it often is. So I don't know if they've changed something. I don't know. I mean, let's be honest, change costs money, and I doubt Loganair would be spending money to make themselves more mysterious to flight radar. So I'm going to have to say perhaps you're right. Well, sure you're right. Anyway, see what Loganair say. North Sky Aviation, morning Mark. How goes it? A concept plane today. Or they've been given the weekend off after last weekend's labours. Andy P, Aberdeen is freezing in the summer. Don't tell me that, mate. Ken and Alibi told me it's toasty and tropical. So somebody else is pushing back. Looks like another Jet 2, but that's fine. Looks like another ski charter, Salzburg. So there is the Salzburg tailfin. I think that's the sort of drizzly sleet that I reported earlier. I think this is just little bits of ice fleck off the plane, because it only seems to materialise in the afterwash of the plane after it's gone overhead. Postponed, frozen pitch. Sorry to hear that, mate. Yeah, I'm with you, Ken. I prefer the classic look. Well, power consumption is looking incredibly good, so that's one of my little worries that isn't seemingly a worry. Ah, you see, it's all about polarised opinions, isn't it? Alibi, you like the holiday livery. It's bright and breezy, but I'm definitely going to say, for me, it's the classic. Maybe it's a due a new livery. You be listening, Jet 2? Surprise us. I'm just looking forward to the point in time when we start getting their A321s through here. At some point, hopefully that will happen. They've put a decent size order in. Well, that's interesting, Mark. In Keswick at the weekend, one of our other regulars, Political Bias, is in that part of the world-ish. So yes, you are in a very beautiful place. Do have fun, my friend. Are you publishing anything this weekend? Anyway, here's a question for the chat. So apparently in February, Jet 2 celebrated their 20th anniversary. I think my looking this up reflected, somebody asked on a stream the other day, are the UK registered? Which they are. But anyway, they celebrated 20 years in February. Can anybody tell me where their first route was? Where their first flight ran from and to? They started out with 2 aircraft. All things start from a small seed, don't they? Yeah, the first flight for Jet 2. I've only thought to mention it in commentary because I absolutely hadn't expected the answer. Here we go, folks. Mark at North Sky has a video at 5 PM today. So assuming that you're not grieving your team's football results and you fancy a bit of early evening aviation action, North Sky Aviation, I'm assuming that's a Prem. I will try and join you. I probably need it to take my mind off Leicester City's likely performance. Although now I've said that out loud, I'll probably do something different at the weekend. But anyway, yes, 5 PM, North Sky Aviation. Oops. I could hear something in the background. Couldn't resist looking to see whether it was gettable. You see, Alibi, look at that. See how the sun plays off that silver fuselage. Not a Prem, fair enough, either which way you're publishing, so that'll be something new, something different. I always ask if it's a Prem, because I quite like the swanky introduction. I mean, you're there for the planes, but it's almost hypnotic, the countdown screens. Andy P, I can't remember Fly Globe Span. I think what we're going to do, folks, we'll have another poll on this Jet 2 livery caper. I've noted the Airbus poll, we'll do that at Schiphol, because hopefully we'll get a chance to see a bit of everything. But yeah, Jet 2 Classic versus the summer holiday one. Probably got a name, hasn't it? If anybody knows, do say in the chat. Andy P says Play Airlines look like they're going to be operating out of Glasgow. That is excellent news. I had mused, I think it was last year, they were introducing a new route at Liverpool in November, and I'm quite taken with the livery, and I thought, I might take myself there and film it, because obviously you might get to pick up the water cannon salute that airports tend to offer for new routes. Anyway, it never happened for a million and one reasons. But I'd rather be going Glasgow, to be honest. Alright, Andy P, I'll look that one up later. Do love this sort of thing, because it's not entirely impossible that I'll look at a picture and say, yeah, I remember the livery, I'd just forgotten the name of the airline. Equally, it could be a new one for me, or a new old one, depending on which way you want to look at it. Those countdown screens, Mark, I have to laugh when I'm watching them, because they are very hypnotic. I'm thinking, do they contain subliminal messages? I do like this video, I will subscribe to this channel. It's almost trance-like, it's excellent. So we are looking at Jet 2's departure to Salzburg. Just having a quick look around, see what's likely to be moving. I think British Airways is likely to be the next one out, but I think they're not due till about 25 to 10, 20 to 10. Hear the bird song picking up, or the crow song picking up. Let's zoom in on Alibi's summer holiday Jet 2 delivery. It's the only one we've got on full view at the minute. Alibi, top shout mates. Gulfstream G600 approaching. No destination from San Francisco. Could be landing here. Fingers crossed. 11,000 feet. I've just got that little ice crystal shower again, so it's obviously coming off the plane. In fact, let's transition to flight radar. Which of course needs a refresh. Do you know what, Alibi? I think that is shaping for us. I think I've seen this plane either here. I think I've seen this plane here before. I'll look it up when I get home. It may be one that I've taken a picture of standing on the far side of the apron. Didn't go in or out during my time here. But no, I think you're bang on the money, mate. Although unhelpfully my screen is freezing up, so I can't see the current height on that one. 9,000, yeah, that, looking at its position, we're getting it. If it's not going here, it's going T-side, and I think I've seen that plane here before. Oh, and I'm going to avoid a telescope moment. Sorry, Ken. I'm deploying my A game for a bit. It is that time of day. Quickening cat, I don't know if you're still with us. Tiddler alert. And we're on exec jet alert with an incoming Gulfstream. It's a gorgeous livery, that plane. I will take a couple of pictures of it, I think. It's like some sort of obsessive compulsive thing. Just love biz jets. I think I might have mentioned it several times. So, in terms of traffic, bearing down towards the first 100 likes. So if you like what you see, please do give us your support by giving us a like. It doesn't cost you anything. And of course, if you subscribe to us, that helps us too, grow us in terms of YouTube's profile. And again, doesn't cost you a sausage. Look at that. Up we go. Alibi, any update on the altitude of the incoming Gulfstream? I've got this advert that I can't shift properly on my tablet to see what the altitude is, so I'll just rest us up on this EasyJet. Andrew NUFC, good morning my friend, welcome to the stream. How's things? Yes, the sun is out, and actually while the sun's here it's really pleasant. I was saying earlier in the chat, I've got some pocket warmers with me today, so hands are in my pockets at every opportunity, and it's actually made such a difference. Alibi 6,000 feet, that's our baby. Nicholas Taylor 5,500. EK, good morning to you. Welcome to the stream. Lucky Bobby Mukisa. Sound is too much. We have some quiet times here too, but I'm just going to check. Do people think the sound is too loud? Graham Thompson 1. Good morning, thanks for the countdown. 5,000 feet. So anyone that's joined the show recently, welcome to Newcastle International Airport. I'm Mark, your host for Plain Sailing Aviation. So thank you for joining our live stream this morning. So on air till around 11:30, but we will stick around for longer if there's any action to show you. Power consumption's looking pretty good. So we're trying out we've transitioned to our new piece of equipment, and power consumption is just what we hoped for, so fantastic. She's up 3k. I've not said that right, but you recognise the question. So no, snow, we've had snow, but it just hasn't lingered. It was a bit snowier in the first half of the week. Andy P, thanks for the confirmation on the sound. Just like to check. North Sky, thanks mate. Dopey Gorp, thanks for that mate. I mean, that's exactly the kind of feedback we were hoping for, because it's a major upgrade kit wise. I just chickened out from introducing it at Schiphol as a debut event. I figured there'll be enough other moving parts there in terms of signal hotspots and all that malarkey. I thought I'll try the kit today, because then there's opportunity to come back here midweek if we had to. So excellent. Sounds like an investment that's been worth making. Thanks Ken, thanks for confirmation on the sound. So I think that's a consensus, sound is good, so I'm not going to fiddle around with it. The sound settings, I've kind of made some very elementary setup tweaks at the start, but I thought I'd see how it plays out. Rainer, thank you my friend. You can hear the grass grow. Oh my lord, I'm not sure that's the look that I want for an aviation stream. It's not the grass growing, it's all them planes tazzing about. Ooh, I can't see our Gulf stream. Does that mean it's driven on by? Giuseppe 3k, live outside Halifax. 30 centimetres, geez, of snow yesterday. To be fair, when I was watching Sky this morning, they were talking about people that have been stranded on the M62 and so forth. So I guessed it would be pretty tricky there. There we go. A bit more action, folks. Our baby bus is returning to the mothership at Heathrow. Ken, I won't mate. Hands are in pockets as far as possible. Dopey Gorp, thanks buddy. Also, Emirates are maintaining that early progress. I think our Gulfstream's coming in, folks. Right, as much as I love British Airways and baby buses, I've got to get on this business jet. Be too far out to zoom right up. Let's just get ourselves ready, folks. So we have an incoming Gulfstream. Let's hope it's that. Thanks Nicholas Taylor and Graham Thompson, confirming it is, and it's on finals. So as Alibi correctly says, a G600 all the way from San Francisco. That's someone who's got a budget, isn't it? Hell of a journey. We'll pick up our British Airways A319 momentarily. Just excuse me, I'm going to wipe some of the ice fleck drizzle off. Very good. So Nicholas Taylor confirming it is an N600TX, just past Graham's house, and any minute now it's going to be in all of your houses. So you'll see it now towards the top of the screen. I'm not going to chase it, it'll just get blurry. Bit of bonus footage. Anyone new to the stream, that's just the metro line that you can hear in the background. You think to yourself, don't you, I wonder what's brought this person all the way from San Francisco to Newcastle. Just fired off the first picture. And again, sunshine's doing me a favour there, isn't it? And that's the last one. Sound like a doctor, don't I? Dishing out injections. And there's your last one. Or a dentist, perhaps. It'd be nice if we got to see this go out. I suspect we won't. Probably somebody, if you're still with us, Andrew NUFC, perhaps jetting in for tomorrow's game. Are you home? I think you are, aren't you? Wolves. Yeah, I've definitely seen this plane here. So we'll cut away in a second to pick up British Airways. What a beauty. And away we roll. Another beauty. to say it, folks, that Gulf Stream has fair made my day. Just going back to Andy P's comment about the owner. I'm assuming you're talking Newcastle FC ownership. Yeah, they are from the Middle East, but I suppose international travellers that they'll be, who knows? Either which way, that is somebody with a budget. Graham Thompson advises, he thinks it's one of the directors of Newcastle, and that would make sense in terms of me seeing it here before, perhaps. Ken Alloway confirms yes, Saudi owners. So great work, team, one and all. I think with that, with your indulgence, I'm just going to have a quick bite on a snack bar, and we'll see what's happening next. See if we can get any more bonus shots like that. So it looks like we've just been overflown by a KLM flight. Can't quite tell if that's 737, but regardless, let's see what we can expect to see next. Well, I think our Tiddler's on its way back. Pretty confident that's ours. I'm just going to stop a bit more for my snack bar. That does sound terrible, doesn't it? Although resting on top of my power bank, it seems to have softened it up a bit. So next departure should be this aircraft, the outgoing EasyJet Geneva flight, A320, due out at 20 to 10. It's definitely a lighter day on traffic. I think I reckoned it up at around 25 movements during the course of the show, whereas, if memory serves, last week was closer to 28, with KLM cancelling a couple of flights, one in, one out, earlier on in the show. Looks like we've got a Ryanair cancellation from earlier, Dublin flight. Ryanair also have a late incoming Barcelona flight, so we're going to have a bit of a gap in traffic continuity. So now is quite a good opportunity to have a brew. Giuseppe 3K, we don't do politics on this show, mate, so grateful for your indulgence with that one. We're all entitled to a view, of course, but nah, we're an aviation show, so bear with me on that one, please. Jonathan Young, good morning to you. Welcome to the show. "12 likes off the ton," so using that cricket analogy, century looms. So please do consider giving us that like. Be nice to get to that milestone moment relatively early in proceedings. Just bear with me folks, I'm just having a quick check, make sure everything's consuming at the rates I was anticipating. After last weekend's power outages, entirely unforeseen, it's been in my head ever since. Mark at North Sky, yeah, get some breakfast mate, you're going to need the calories for all those walks you're going to be on. Thanks for joining us mate, and I will look out for your video later, 5 o'clock. To be honest Jonathan, it's not too, I think when I set out this morning, I think I was showing a bit of commitment, as you do when you set out on a cold day and you have to scrape the car, but it's actually reasonably pleasant. I got my pocket warmers busy doing what they should do. The sun has been out for most of the morning. It's getting cloudier now, but there's still plenty of blue, so it's yeah, it's great. And of course roll on summer. So yes, we are in a bit of a pause. I'm expecting, let's just move the plane. If you notice, the windsock's just picking up now. So that will probably be that 3 mile an hour, 3 to 4 mile an hour that was forecast. But I think the point was they thought it'd become less windy as the show went on, whereas actually it looks like it's getting slightly breezier, but it is no more than that. But the wind is expected to change direction, so we cut back across the terminal building to our next departure. Pushback should be imminent on that one. There you go, Dopey Gorp. So you're in the classic camp. Good stuff. Do you know what, Graham Thompson? I've not used a flight sim for ages. You're putting a seed in my head. I sometimes watch John Fezzer on the Airliners Live thing. He does a sim show on the Monday, and it usually kind of makes me think, oh, I quite fancy just having a bit of a leisure flight. My lad, as we know him on the channel, Eddie, he's a bit of a sim enthusiast. Mark at North Sky, you've got to call in at the pub, haven't you? It'd be rude not to. Well, the good news is, as you can see, this A320 is now transponding. I think you can see. And pushing back. Showtime. Now I apologise if I've missed it in the chat, because as you know, that is a perennial hazard when you're hosting the show, so to speak. But the question I posed was earlier about Jet2's first holiday flight. Any takers on that one? to the uninitiated, it's fairly obscure, but I'll throw it out again before I come up with the answer on that. It's pretty unintuitive, or at least it was to me. That's not a bad shout, Nopigor. There's a few birds knocking about, aren't there? Rayner, livery wise, no one tops the Condor and their ring socks. Now there's another polarising airline livery, isn't it, really? Because you're right, the hoops, I mean, they come in different colours, don't they, and all the rest of it. I quite like them, if I'm honest, but I also like the standard Condor livery and the retro Condor. Sadly, I get to see none of those at Newcastle. So we are literally waiting for the tug to be unclipped from the plane, and it'll be on its way. Just having a quick look, see, make sure I'm not missing on any light aircraft action, as we know they're pretty imminent. Frequent is the word I'm after. Emerald Airways, Carl. Yeah, we should have some Aer Lingus flights, or a flight. We've got an ATR 72 listed for today. I think it's usually in for around 10 o'clock. Of course, I may be wrong. I am wrong. 10:35 is its scheduled arrival, and it's running slightly early, which will be quite welcome. Due in at 10:27, so about best part of 45 minutes. So the plane you're looking at is Geneva bound. Quickening Cat likes the Condor with stripes. Well, 757. To be fair, I like the 757 in pretty much any format. But yeah, Condor's got a good thing going for me. Political, welcome back, mate. Using the station's Wi-Fi. They'll be sending you all kinds of announcements. Welcome back, my friend. So is that Carlisle station, or have you had another change? Duly noted, Rayner. Play Store Turboprop Flight Simulator. See, now I'm retired, I'm kind of looking forward to rediscovering a few little guilty pleasures. I just never really had the time to keep putting the hours in on it, and whereas I don't intend to become a flight sim addict, I prefer to be down at the airport seeing it eyes on. It is quite nice, isn't it, sometimes, just to settle back. Hopefully you're sitting somewhere warm at Carlisle station. Political bias. Although stations generally seem to be cold places, don't they? Thanks, Political. I've got some additional age regression software which I channel through the VT feed. So 7 more likes for the ton. If you've not yet had the chance to hit the like and you feel inclined to do so, please do. Same with subscribing. Costs you nothing, but it helps us a lot with YouTube. And as it goes with YouTube, you really do have to work hard to make your own luck. So any support that can kindly be proffered would always be well received, warmly appreciated. Every so often you get the feedback in your headphones and it kind of takes you off beam. You think I'll be used to it by now, but I have my moments. I was craning over, trying to look into the chat. There you go. Yeah, I think as Quitting Cat says, it's my filter app that I've got to roll back the years. You're right, Ken, it's a very congested space live streaming, particularly from certain airports, without getting into the nuts and bolts. I think the thing that we try to do, and it's not a criticism of others, is obviously there's no point in us pitching up at Manchester. I'd love to do Manchester as a live stream. Fabulous airport to film that, but if you're going to be there with 4 other people live streaming the same action, I know different people like different channels for different reasons, but it always feels a bit nicer to be somewhere where there's less coverage. I think that was my big takeaway from Glasgow when we were there a week or so back. Just looking at Carl Shields saying full-time streamer at Dublin in May. That'll be interesting. We'll also be getting me back probably in May. Keeping flexible on that one because it's one of those ones which we could probably do off quite a short run up. It's a relatively short flight. Now I know where everything is. And that was one special day. Not the warmest. You wouldn't expect that in February, would you? As with all the away trips involving planes, it's all about ticket price. So you need a fair degree of agility. Good thing being retired is go when I want. Good morning, Airports Live TV. How are you, my friend? Oh, we're rolling. Off to Geneva. Right, I'm just going to rest the camera, folks, on the terminal. As you can see, we're waiting for incomers. So sorry that we have a gap in traffic. Welcome back, Simon. So, in fact, looking at your further question, still working that one out. I've marked up a couple of spots on my satellite picture that I've got. So I don't know how to try and describe it on air. So I am just working through that. To be honest, and you know, I think there's no secret squirrel stuff in this. I was watching Chris's SDTV live stream from Schiphol the other day, just to get a sense of. I think he went from 2 different places, did it consecutive days. But there's going to be an element of suck and see, I suppose, in terms of you turn up somewhere new, don't quite know where things are, I don't speak Dutch, all good fun stuff, but the kind of thing where you really want to not be rushing. We've got some movement, folks. Just bear with me. And our incoming and delayed Ryanair Dublin flight is just passing Washington, which, for those who don't know the region, is relatively close to Sunderland. So going to flight radar, 6 minutes out, I think probably 8. We'll think stick another couple on. In the meantime, this outgoing Tenerife flight, which should have gone at 8:45, is on the roll. For a minute I was getting excited, thinking, are we going for a runway change? Although the wind hasn't actually changed direction, and it is just picking up a little bit. I don't know if you can pick that up from the shotgun mic. So in terms of today's poll, it looks like the 777 is cruising ahead of the Dreamliner, 58%, plays 42%. Good stuff. Good morning, Jock Dye. How are you? Welcome to the show. I'm Mark, your host for Plain Sailing Aviation. Simon says, going back to Amsterdam, the viewing terrace. I thought that was day 2. I thought day 1 he was in a slightly different position. I might be wrong. But yeah, there was a lot of ground movement shots and not so good on takeoffs and landings. I suppose it's just a case of what you're after, isn't it? Either which way, I can't wait. There's something really exciting, isn't there, about planning everything you can and then having to deal with the unforeseen. Even obscure things, like, I mean, I'm probably showing my age a little bit here. I like cash in my pocket. Now the pandemic kind of changed that, and obviously cashless is the way the world is, but I'm thinking, oh, should I take €100 with me? Card plus €100? You know, because I'm thinking, oh, probably got a taxi and stuff like that. So I figure by the time this plane gets to the end of the runway, we will have our incoming Ryanair on finals. That is my forecast. A bit less contentious than Leicester to beat Chelsea later. Sorry Nell, I didn't see what it is you're knitting. I know the other week you were talking about wanting to visit a yarn shop when you were at London City Airport. What are you knitting? Hats, gloves? Thank you, Ali. Bye. Our 737 is indeed on finals. Top work on the flight radar, mate. Thank you, Airports Live TV. Thanks so much, mate. So, yep, some fantastic modding going on, team. So, thank you, one and all. Peerless. Kind of puts pressure on me to raise my game. So 10 o'clock. Oh, I've just gone 10 o'clock. Oh no, 2 minutes to. Just remembered I always leave my watch 2 minutes fast. Although saying that, it says 10 o'clock on my tablet. So maybe it's my 2 minutes fast watch is shedding time. I'll respond to that comment in a minute, Dopey Gorp. Yep, get your holiday started. So I can see Ryanair on finals, so that's great. I'll just put the camera in roughly the right direction, won't chase it yet. So let's go back to Dopey Gorp's comment. Where did it get to? Nell's going to make me a nice hat with a bright hot pink or fluorescent orange bobble and scarf. Excellent. Although, as Nell does point out, we should be charcoal black, gold and a touch of white. I think Dopey Gorp's trying to get me pursued by local youths walking around in my hot pink hat. Oh, and I've missed the cruising past 100 likes. Thanks, Alibi, for the nudge. Thank you, one and all. Gives a great warm feeling. I think the sun is increasingly finding itself behind the cloud. Oh, no dramas there. So folks, I was craning my neck on the chat. I'm going to shepherd this plane home. So going back to the Jet 2 quiz question, if you will, that first flight for Jet 2 was Leeds Bradford Airport to Amsterdam. Whereas intuitively I kind of figured somewhere hot and sunny. Sounds like a decent metro service today, doesn't it? Looks like it's getting gate 1. So, things are looking pretty quiet, which is a bit disappointing. At least next weekend at Schiphol, as long as we get the broadcast up and running okay, we'll be hopefully knee deep in planes. Of course, the other variable is the weather. Andy P, Ken Alloway, I believe, is a creator of emojis. He has a huge vault of emojis for virtually every situation you can think of. So let's have a quick consult. Flight radar. So there's a helicopter over the far side of the airport. Looking at the picture, it looks pretty similar to the one that we caught earlier in the show. Spotted a bizjet, which sadly is heading to Teesside, which is a shame. So I'll just do a quick reckon up, see what the next action looks like. We have a Barcelona Ryanair flight in at 20 past, and then there's a bit of a gap there till Aer Lingus coming at 11. So let's check out them. Oh, that was departure action. Check that out. Must be a lot of de-icing action because I've seen another couple of delays. So next arrival will be Aer Lingus in at 10:30 as stands followed by Logan Air's Southampton flight at 10:37. Air France is running late, which is a shame. 12 minutes past 11 for them. And what have we got here? Barcelona 10:46. Emirates Triple is bang on course for an early arrival, 5 past 11. So it looks like we've got another slow phase in play, unless we get lucky with a bit of helicopter action. I definitely advocate brew time. Just going to rotate the camera a little bit. This is always the tricky side of live streaming. It's a smallish regional airport. I think based on 2021 stats, Newcastle being the 13th busiest or something in that region. Although obviously data a bit distorted by the pandemic, you get the general idea. Les Donaldson, good morning to you, my friend. Let's have a bit of helicopter action. Chopper squad returns. Did you get the result you were hoping for, Les, at Dunfermline? A midweek game? Right, that's that one packed away. So let's rest on the tower for a minute. All 45 metres of it. Best view in the house. Robin Harrison, good morning to you, sir. 2 thumbs up, brilliant. Oh no, 4 actually. I'm just looking further on. And having a lie-in. Exactly the right way to do it, mate. Yeah, just seen Alibi's comment. Yeah, Robin, you don't need the caps to tell us you're having a good time, mate. Can't beat a nice leisurely start to a Saturday. Les, I found it more therapeutic to talk about football in recent months because ours is a show that, a horror story that shows no sign of ending. most football clubs, if you have a downturn for long enough, you nearly always have a change of manager. I just don't know where the bottom ends for us. Anyway, not that I'd wish any doom on Falkirk. For these pocket warmers, it says 10 hours of superb heat. I'm not sure these are 10-hour products. I mean, they're still doing the bizzo, but I reckon, you know, like with a hot water bottle, you know, you wake up in the middle of the night and it's no longer a hot water bottle. Well, I reckon we're halfway along that path. So, yeah, wind is just appreciating slightly, but no real factor for us. Nice empty apron. Next arrival into that space, I would think, will be the Emirates Triple, due in just after 11. 777 currently front running our chat poll today over the 787 Dreamliner. Sorry Alibi, remind me, which is your team? I should know this. So let's twist the camera around a bit more. These are the moments where you really do wish for some light aircraft action. I think I'll just rest us here for the minute, just to prove we've got some aeroplanes here. Hearts, very good. Cheerfully noted. I figured it was going to be one half of the city or the other. Just didn't want to call it. Precarious business, local rivalry, isn't it? Yeah, I'm the same, Nell. Squeeze all the water out with the cap virtually twisted down. Does last a bit longer, no question. But yeah, I suppose if you're too warm and cosy, getting up doesn't get easier, does it? I'm going to take the camera for a drive, just in case there's anything to see. And of course, anyone that's just joined us might not believe that there's any action to be seen. So you're looking at the terminal building. Gates 1 through 6 if I remember correctly. Other gates the opposite side of that building. 18 in total. Zoom along. Tower, sponsored by Emirates, 45 metres high. Opened around 2007 or 8, somewhere in that region. About 8 million quid's worth of investment, so some big money. Single runway here, about 2,300 and something metres, and we're operating at runway 25, end of that runway, which means that planes coming over the North Sea. Apparently there are plans as well to extend further. The airport's got an expansion plan that potentially takes them up to 2035, and that could see another 700 metres put on, which obviously would enable bigger planes, etc. That would require a road to be moved a bit though. And then over the far side we've got the Newcastle Aviation Academy, Flying School, Flying Club, police helicopter base and the business jet terminal. And this end of the runway, which is more or less the end I'm standing from, that is 07. So there you are, not quite around the world in 80 days. Les had the network rail helicopter checking cables at 250 feet. Cool. I'm hoping that wasn't at 3 in the morning though. Paul Usher, Leicester City. The magnificent Leicester City. Currently going through a bit of a trough. But as a supporter since childhood, I reckon we've had more trough than high level excitement. It's just that local team thing, isn't it, really? Must be the same thing that propels Mark from North Sky out the door to support Concept. That's right, Ken. Leicester City all the way. Blue till I die. Not in a rush for that moment, but yeah, Leicester. Just looking at going back down south before the end of the season, if I can get tickets for one of the home games before season ends. Used to have a season ticket there, me and the lad, when we used to live down that neck of the woods. One of the things I miss about Leicestershire, to be honest. Quickening Cat, only 5 minutes till our Aer Lingus ATR 72. Woohoo! That's warmed me up. Good shout. Yep, and as I look on flight radar, it's crossing the North Sea coast. Audrey, if you are still on the chat, you might be able to see it. As will Eddie, if he's in the chat. Cool. Can't beat a bit of turbo. And much higher in the sky. What have we got here? Can't get this pesky advert. Yes, we have a Star Alliance, a Turkish Star Alliance, A321. Assuming that's at decent altitude. Yeah, 28,000 feet. So, Aer Lingus, our next incomer. I've just got sight of it now. So, back to the action, folks. Thanks for bearing with me. I'll not try and pick it up yet. Good stuff. Looks like the Boeing 777 is inching ahead on the pole. 47% B, 57% B43. Get the numbers out right. Ken Alloway says, Quickening Cat, do you do a prop dance when the prop lands? Don't ask me to do a dance. Definitely lack natural rhythm. So whilst we wait for something to happen, I'll just offer that nudge in terms of please give us a like if you like us, and better yet, or as good, if you're not yet subscribed, please consider subscribing. We'd love to have you with us. We predominantly cover Newcastle and Edinburgh, but we take the show to other places, so you will get to see a variety of action. off to Schiphol next week, double header Saturday and Sunday, and we are Edinburgh on the 25th of March, followed by Glasgow on Sunday the 26th. So a Scottish double header. Nice and steady, does it? Oh, just seen the question from Alibi and Margaret. Don't know yet is the honest answer. It's one of my missions over the next couple of days, just to pick a sensible time that I won't have to rush, or if the plane was delayed a little bit. I don't want to tell people 11 o'clock and it's 12, that kind of thing. So I'll put a community post out, so please make sure you've got that notification bell hit, so the community post will give a bit more guidance on that. I mean, weather permitting as well, and looking at the data and power burn today, we'd like to go quite long on Saturday and Sunday. I kind of parked up the trip planning to facilitate the early introduction of the new hardware. So this should head off to its regular berth of gate 4. So next incomer, apologies if that's been called in the chat, Alibi, just having a quick browse. Logan Air's Southampton flight, having departed 43 minutes ago, is just about to complete its turnout over the North Sea and commence finals, so that's probably about 10 minutes away. No W. That's a hell of a lawnmower. Les, hope the rest of the working day passes as well as it can, mate. Thanks for joining us. Lever Stroutney's, good morning to you. Entirely concur. Very nice. Ken's got Ryanair 737 doing circuits at Prestwick. Training or maintenance. Interesting. Nell W, you've still got your Dash 8 trip to look forward to. We are going to go back to do a London City stream when the weather's warmer. I found it jolly cold there in January, no question. But yeah, if we do it, we might catch you, because we'll bolt that onto a Heathrow stream like we did last time. Make the travel worthwhile. Thanks, Dopey Gorp. I can't quite see the Loganair yet, but he must be virtually imminent in terms of becoming seeable. So we are just encroaching into the last hour of the show. So thank you for everyone that's joined us. Anyone who doesn't know me, I'm Mark, your host. So welcome to Plain Sailing Aviation's Saturday live stream from Newcastle International Airport. A cold but otherwise pleasant day here. Hope you're all keeping well. Thank you for taking the time out to join the show. All about easing into that Saturday. Ken Alloway advises the Emirates triple is now 35 minutes out. Excellent. Dopey Gorp, we'll have to collaborate on that. That would be fantastic. So yeah, let's do that if we can. I think that'd be absolutely brilliant. Straining my eyes to see that Loganair arrival. A nice little bit of blue sky has opened up above some lower clouds, so it should be quite easy to see. Standing by an Embraer ERJ 145 on its way from give a teeth right on its way from Southampton. Looks like they're still deboarding that Aer Lingus, which is due out, I believe, at 11 o'clock. You do turn that one round pretty quickly. Let's just delve back into flight radar. Looks like we have a Lufthansa A330 shortly to pass to the west of us, the southwest. Right, I now have visual on our incoming Loganair, the RJ145. So let's just get the camera teed up. Still at UFO distance, but imminent nevertheless. There might be a light aircraft following it afterwards, I'm not quite sure. Just getting a little bit more challenging on the viewfinder now the sun's moving around behind me. I'm getting such a good image of myself as a reflection, I could almost shave with it. Scooting along, maximum speed here 15 mile an hour. Something noisy overhead, but it's that Lufthansa A330. Can't see it. Yes indeed, Scotland's finest. It is a nice livery. I know some wags tend to talk about biscuit tins and so forth, but I think it's pretty classy. So the delayed incoming Barcelona flight appears to be approaching Northallerton, so 20 minutes away, so top of the hour. So that'll probably just squeak in ahead of the Emirates. It's like a hive of activity. You really don't get long, do they, to turn these planes around. We'll rest the camera there for the minute, folks, because that's where the action's at. So let's have a quick reckon up in terms of what we can expect in the last hour or so of the show. We're into the last hour technically, but you know I'll not switch off if there's something to show you. So in the arrivals column, Air France running a fair bit behind, 11:15. Slightly ahead of British Airways, who will be due in at 11:20. So definitely our next arrival will be a Ryanair 737 from Barcelona, and that will be due in at 3 minutes to the hour. Followed 5 minutes after the hour by the Emirates Triple. Been making continued good progress, so that is excellent. And then we'll have Air France and British Airways. So we're looking pretty good on arrivals once we get to the Barcelona Ryanair flight arriving. Jonathan Young, yes, it's bearing down on us. Star of the show and all that. This is the time of day where you start seeing all the trucks come round for the make ready. There you go. That's for the triple. There's usually about half a dozen of them. And everything is set fair there. This is truck television. There we go, another one. You often hear them rumbling around this time. Usually I've got the camera on something else. But now I'm experimenting with my trucking live stream channel. Now I'm going to expose my ignorance. Tunnock's wafers, so they serve those on Logan Air Alibi. I've yet to fly with them. Yes, I think you're right, Jonathan Young. Triple is the belle of the ball today. It's not up against the Dreamliner that we had last week, the Chewy Dreamliner. That must be a fortnightly movement. So we wait with bated breath. And that was a pretty quick turnaround. Not that we're unappreciative. On its way back to Dublin. Not sure how long that plane has been on the ground, but that is a hell of a turnaround. Well done Ops team. Well done Ryanair as well. That's some pretty ace boarding. Oh, Walker's shortbread. Now I am familiar with Walker's shortbread, but I'll look out for that. I don't suppose I'm going to be able to jack it up, but I was quite keen to fly on one of the Saab 340s before they phase them out in the summer. Ken's talking about the Chewy Dreamliner to Bridgetown on Wednesday. Did that one go on time, mate? bearing in mind I have followed Ken's instructions to the letter and I'm not pressing any buttons, but the new kit seems to have made a decent debut. I'm glad I brought it forward now, otherwise it would have been something to do midweek. Not that I'm adverse to coming down in midweek. So, next departing action will be that, or this, Ryanair 737, currently being disconnected from its tug on its way back to Dublin. Whereas incoming, we have a little bit of a feast coming our way. So we have the delayed Ryanair Barcelona flight, as well as the early running Emirates triple, a delayed Air France incomer, and British Airways all in pretty short order. So we'll be well blessed on that side of things. And I can see a KLM tail fin moving over the far side, as you will now. So in fact I make that my next departure. Welcome to the show, KLM. Just can't wait to fly with these next weekend. So a bit of a 737 fest at the minute. 2 departures, this KLM and the Ryanair flight following it, both of that type, and the next arrival, also a 737. KLM being the meat in a Ryanair sandwich. Ken, thank you so much for the feedback on the audio and visual. I was thinking I was due to check in on that, so thanks mate. Kit's definitely cooking with gas. Yeah, KLM just looks sweet in the sun. I'm just looking forward to seeing some triples in KLM colours next week. So this baby off back to Amsterdam, scene of our double header next week. Can't quite remember the departure time, but obviously I'll have checked that before I go, but I'm out nice and early on Saturday, something like 6:05, 6:15, something like that. a little bit hazy now. Sunshine warming it up. Batteries are looking good, Ken. In fact, better than good. Just got a little bit of work to do with the bonding. Integrating of bonding, should I say. Next to go, Ryanair, Boeing 737 to Dublin. Yeah, good. Now, I've got to be honest, I think KLM are unbeatable when it comes to taxi speed. They certainly look like they're going faster than 15 miles an hour. Even if they're not. Must be that go fast delivery. Lovely stuff. And while that was happening, I spotted a fire engine coming out. Looks like a routine movement. Although obviously we have our Ryanair Barcelona flight on its way in. So yes, the Cadbury's artwork, livery if you will. Yeah, a bit far for us. Ken, it's now officially a gorgeous day at Newcastle for spotting. Just so peaceful. Sunshine is working its magic. So 10 minutes away, I guess, or thereabouts, from the Emirates 777. Have to agree now, skies here and the clouds for backdrop generally excellent. The early morning skies here in particular. Simon Kirby, without getting political, which of course we don't on the show, I'll be honest, I did wonder who'll be presenting the football. It seems to become tricky. Oh man, Telescope Award. I met that 1.5 telescopes today, folks. It was one on its way before I cottoned on. Oh dear. Good morning, Arthur Raimundo. Welcome to the show, mate. Don't think I've seen you in the chat before, so by way of introduction, I'm Mark, the host of Plain Sailing Aviation. Show finishes officially around 11:30, but if there's action and a consensus to run on, we will run on. So great to have you with us. Yeah, Ken, I've got a ticket on the chin, mate. Totally on that one. Looks like the deboarding action is about to commence. And if memory serves, our triple should be our next incomer. So, as always, if you like what you see, please do hit that like button, and better yet, we'd love to have you with us going forward. Please do subscribe. But come what may, enjoy the show. Liam Flex, good afternoon. Welcome to the show, mate. I don't think we've said hi before either. So, hi Liam, thanks for joining us. Real pleasure to have you with us. As we sit on the edge of our seats, awaiting the star of the show, the Emirates triple, small minutes away. I've just got visual on it as well. It's been called in the chat, but I can see it. Without the aid of a telescope, Ken, before you put me right. The other aspect to the football shows being cancelled on BBC, oh, hang on a minute. Never mind that. We'll hold on that anecdote. We're going to have a bit of light aircraft action. Is a small number of months back, I cancelled my Sky subscription because I thought, oh, I'm not watching enough games, and when I watch Leicester it's seriously depressing me, which is not really the point, is it? So I thought, you know what, I'm going to cancel. So all well and good. It's not worked out too bad so far, but then if there's going to be no BBC outputs this weekend, that'll be a bit of a show. Paper bag plane time. What do you like, Simon? We aim for diversity here, wide range of types. Not quite stretched into hot air balloons yet, but anything else is in play. Right, let's get ready for the Emirates. We may be doing a runway check. Still a mere speck. Don't know if you're still on the chat, Jane Latter, but here's your plane. Welcome back, Nicholas Taylor. Just coming to the star of the show, the Emirates Triple. Still a fair way out. Running nicely early. Looks like they're pushing back the Aer Lingus ATR 72 as well, so we've got continuity of action, folks. But for now there can only be one spotlight, and that's for this plane. Such a wingspan. For some obscure reason, I had it in my head the Dreamliner wingspan was actually bigger, but unless I've muddled my recollection, it's definitely the triple with the bigger wings. Simply majestic. But we'll have to break away, I think. Pick up our ATR 72. Should be able to give them the same shot imminently. There's White. Hello to you. Right, battery alert, Ken Alloway. Camcorder tells me 30 minutes on this battery. So, looking good. Alright, how cool. Leslie's son will be getting off this flight tomorrow, having set forth from Perth. I'm thinking he'll be quite tired. What was he doing in Perth? Was it holiday work? Great stuff. Liam Fletz, flown with Singapore Airlines. As regulars on the show will know, every so often I talk about my bucket list trip around the world, which I want to do, absolutely no question. You know, which planes, which places, and Singapore is one of those stops that's on my radar. I think if I was going to Singapore, at least one of the legs would have to be with Singapore Airlines. Won't chase this one in too far, folks. It's a bit hazy now, the sun's doing its thing. That's the trouble when you're shooting down the runway. Cold and heat both give you a similar kind of problem. Peppy Pitty, hello to you from Innsbruck in the Tyrol. Fantastic, lovely part of the world. Welcome to the show. Gotta be honest, Ken Alloway, I've got a bit of a soft spot for the 350-1000 as well. Mind you, I'll probably have to sit down and list all the planes I've got soft spots for. Probably need some kind of hardback publishing deal by the time I've got them all down. But fantastic plane. It's one of the great things about spotting at Heathrow. You see plenty of it. Well, more than I'm seeing here. Sorry folks, totally lost that one on overhead. More or less overflew me. Not that that's an excuse. Well, not a good one anyway. Let's go back to Les White's comment. Holiday with your 4-year-old grandson and girlfriend. Lovely. Can't beat seeing the world, can you? So let's have a quick butchers, what we can expect next. Looks to me that Air France is going to be our next arrival in the Air France Hop Classic Hop livery. Due in the next 6 minutes, it says. Margaret McKenna, no worries, thanks for your fabulous support. My pleasure. Really looking forward to next week and delighted you're planning to join us. Yeah, Ken, I've got to take that. 2.5 telescopes on the board. When they directly overfly you, it's a bit of a challenge because the tripod just doesn't work well, or the fluid head doesn't work well that way. But yeah, I've earned that telescope. Still, you got some sky watching in. Back to the pole, let's have a look. The triple, yes, Andrew, you're right. 55%, plays 45%. So the triple hazard at the minute. What's going on here? See a fire, is that fire tender? Just having a drive around. So Air France is definitely our next incomer, an Embraer 190 long range. Small number of minutes away, folks, so don't move far. And that should be followed by the incoming British Airways flight. Yeah, Simon, you want some planes in the sky, don't you, mate? Very kind of you. Cloud watch here from Newcastle. To be fair, the skies here are exceptional, but I don't know. It's a bit like that other channel I'm developing a concept for from the Edinburgh show the other week, the Digger channel. There seems to be a load of diggers in the foreground. Watching those diggers, watching those JCBs at work. Ken, I've heard the same as well with the 787, but I thought that was the whole Dreamliner line, not just the 8. Haven't they got some kind of certification issue with a fuselage component? I think they've stopped deliveries and actually stopped manufacture. Don't know if they've resolved that yet. It's probably old information that I've seen. Yeah, I think Simon Kirby, it's probably a bit too diverse, wouldn't it, as an alternative channel provision. But I suppose that's the beauty of YouTube. There's something for everybody, isn't there? $120 likes, super stuff. Bearing on towards the 150. Be nice if we can make 150 by show's end, but end of the day, it's your company I most value. Likes do help me with YouTube though, so if you get to hit the like, please do. I'll certainly think about it. So next incomer, small number of minutes away. Although what I seem to have done with my computer, what I've done here. It's alright, Ken, I'm not pressing any critical buttons. There. So I'll swizzle the camera around shortly. So our Air France hop is currently paralleling the coast between North Shields and Whitby. Not Whitby, Whitley. Shortly to commence finals. So what else is on our horizon, I ask myself. Certainly British Airways should be well up the path by now. Running 6 minutes late, 11:26. So all well and good. There is a TUI Geneva flight due in at 5 to 12, but it's not pinging, so I'm going to have to assume it's running horribly late. So Air France and British Airways look likely to be our incomers. Yeah, I think, because I wouldn't want people to devote time to a show that's not doing an awful lot of anything, we'll probably bring it to an earlier close, unless people want to do a bit of OT. I don't mind a bit of OT, but I'd like to listen to my viewers. We've got bags of electric, so there's no issues there. Jane Arab, hello to you, my friend. I'm sure we've not seen each other in the chat. So let's have a quick look, see. I think our Air France arrival must be pretty imminent. Yep, just passing Cramlington. So I'll just alter the camera. Get a closer look at the rear of this Ryanair plane that's clearly in the advanced stages of boarding. And I have got eye contact with the incoming Air France, so all well and good. And British Airways pretty much in its slipstream, so good stuff. Right, let's give you something to look at. Clouds at the minute, but you know what they say, every cloud has a silver lining. There's something overhead. (41,000 feet), an Airbus A350. Not 1,000 though, Ken. Sorry folks. sheepishly he says. So usually this one parks up over the far side of the terminal. Still pretty much windless, as you'll see. Well, I've just seen in the chat, have we been spammed, folks? Sorry to come to the party late. It's a milestone moment for the channel. Our first spam. Well, you can't beat these milestone moments, can you? Right. Bearing in mind, that was pretty abysmal from me in not picking that up all the way down. I'm going to be ultra vigilant and stay away from looking at equipment, chat, flight radar, and just concentrate on giving you the planes. So and then we'll take a bit of a poll whether you want me to run on a bit, what you'd like me to do. Not short of juice. New setup is very light on juice. Just looking at Liam's comment about HOP being a low-cost version of Air France. Plan is, I'm going to take Mrs. Plain Sailing Aviation to Paris in the spring, and we will be going from here, I guess, with Air France HOP. So I'll be able to file a trip report on that one. Not doing any actual plane spotting there. I figured I wouldn't have enough credit in the tank if I said, would you like a nice romantic weekend in Paris, watching planes at Charles de Gaulle, or even both. So I've not had that particular conversation. I think we're just going to do all the touristy type things. But Air France HOP are going to be taking us there. LW, no problem whatsoever. Thank you so much for agreeing to mod for us. Top debut, top team. Do have a lovely rest of the weekend. Nothing much to see there. Grace in action. British Airways A320 on its way to the gate. Plenty of space. Making fairly serene progress. Quickening cat, yes. You've stumbled on our secret, really. We weren't going to do merch, but NLW's opened up a whole new line. It's the plain sailing knitwear range. Although I was quite reassured to discover that it would be in corporate colours and not the hot pink pom-pom type ensemble that Dopey Gorp was trying to get me teed up with. Just a good way of getting me thrashed by local youths next time I'm down at London City or somewhere that's a little bit more urban. And I can see some more action, so let's stay with the more action. We are on overtime, so can't be sure what the viewers are telling me to do. This is the returning Barcelona flight, or it will be when I traverse the camera. There you go. Pushing back. Thing is, Ken Alloway, I'm thinking about, you know, that thing I had about the t-shirts, joking aside folks, spoiler alert and all that, about the home of the one more very delayed plane. I'm thinking there may be a knitwear overlap. Might be a bit of a challenge to get the words knitted in, but it sounds to me like Nell's top of her game. Plain sailing socks. Bing bong. Yeah. Oh, never mind, bing bong. I've got to thwart this. Oh no, man. I've missed the light aircraft that scooted in while I've been busy laughing at knitwear. Not that knitwear's to be laughed at, Nell. Just been really clear on that. But I'm visualising our catalogue range. And then of course Alibi iced the cake with the socks. And whilst I was laughing at that, as I think I referenced before, and this is not a criticism of other channels that may offer this product, but as I stand here at Newcastle, the idea of plain spotting flip-flops seems a bit of a product stretch. That's somewhere for the warmer climes. Knitted swimming trunks. Behave, Nicholas. I'm thinking now we might want a good print deal, because Sounds like there's a lot of product. We'll have to ask Nell on the next stream what her knitting speed is. One thing I can tell you is it'll be faster than mine. So, let's just have a quick stock take. Now we are into added time. I figure we'll stay with this plane till it goes, and if you want me to go longer because there's something to see, I'll do it. But if you don't, that's fine too, because we've all got other things to balance in a weekend. It's been a real pleasure to be in everybody's company. Thank you so much. Our moderators, Dopey Alibi 58, Ken Alloway, and debut to Nell W. And of course the fifth component of our Fab Five, or Fantastic Five as I'm now dubbing them, is Paul Denio, but I don't think I've seen Paul on the stream today, but shout out for Paul nevertheless. So not that I failed to mention it during the show, but Schiphol next weekend, double header. So details on that through the community post. So do make sure you have got that notification bell hit. I'll keep you in the loop. I'm still figuring that out, as I was saying earlier in the chat, but I'm keen to stream for as long as I can manage. Is that an alligator emoji, Ken? It is, isn't it? Oh, very good. So I'm just trying to keep an eye on the plane, but you guys always draw me into the chat. I'm sorry to hear that, Dopey Gut. I assume when you say very sorry for herself, not feeling very well. As against, I don't know, having lost at netball with the school team fixture or something. Well, I've got to be honest with you, Quickening Cap, I like the idea of the channel being synonymous with high fashion, although I suppose if we don't have a merch range that'll be difficult. Can't think I've ever been accused of being synonymous with high fashion, but that's a different story for a different day. Alright, Dopey Gorp, won't feel in rough. Now that bites, man. Stick on tattoos merch. Yeah. I'm thinking we might not be going down this path. But I always watch back later, and I love this sort of thing. So we're nearly at the back end of the 2,330 something metre runway. It's Boeing 737 on its return to Barcelona, where the weather is going to be warm. Alibi 58 reports a Beech B200 Super King Air from Belfast due in at 11:46. Well, it'd be rude not to catch that one, so let's do that. As I say, if you've got the appetite to watch it, I've got the appetite to film it. And on this new setup, it really is like, I can't put it into words, folks. When you're testing new equipment, first time out of the box, as excited as you are with your choice, you always feel happier having tried it. I think they've forecast rain, but clouds look a bit darker over yonder. So let's find something suitable to rest on. A little bit of star of the show. So let's call the vote, shall we? 777 out front, 55% plays 45%. I think as we are now past official running time, let's end the poll. Congratulations to the 777. 183 votes. So that's a pretty representative sample. We will do something with Airbus next week. Schiphol seems a great place to do that, because obviously we'd expect to capture a wider variety of type. Dopey Gorp, thanks mate. I'm the same when it comes to these things, but I've been like a cat on a hot tin roof. If I was to show you where I'm standing, it's quite muddy because I keep shuffling about on it. But no, it's been absolutely fantastic. I'm just going to go for a quick battery change, folks, and then we'll decide what we're doing. So, Ken, are we ready with a lollipop stick? So folks, you will see the screen go blank, and then if all works well, normal service will resume. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There you go, no false touches. So let's look out for this Beech 200 Super King. Sounds like a packet of cigarettes when you say it like that, doesn't it? Simon, that's the battery change. That's interesting. Just bear with me, folks. I'm just under the bonnet. How's that? Please tell me you got the picture back. Now this might be something that means I may have to bring the show to a close. I'm not quite sure why that's happened. As I say, it's all new kit, and I was expecting it to behave on battery change exactly like it did last time. So just bear with me, folks. If I can't fix it in a couple of minutes, let's just call it. Do you know what, folks? I'm gonna have to say I'm not going to keep you hanging on while I try to work this one out. It's not a technical malfunction, it is just something that the encoder does differently when it loses the VT. So I'm just going to, I can't go front of camera like I normally do, so just to kind of wrap up, thank you so much everybody's support on this stream. Thank you so much to our fabulous moderators, debut to LW, who gets her blue spanner today, but our regular moderators, Ken Alloway, Alibi 58, Dopey Gorp, fantastic, great support, and of course everyone that's watched the show. Hopefully you've chosen to like us, or better yet, like and subscribe. If you're new and you've subscribed, brilliant. Just thank you for your company, everybody. Don't want to turn it into a night at the Oscars, but it's been great. And other than that battery change, which has done me a favour actually, because now I realise there's something else I need to work out ahead of next week's show, which, as I keep saying, Amsterdam. Details will go out in a community post. Thank you so much, everybody. Hang on a minute, Jollyman 77, it's working. You sure? Got my neck. I have no clue. I have pressed no buttons, which kind of reinforces the idea I have no clue. So first and foremost, just let me get my act together. So that's all the goodbyes at the Oscars said. Is there another aircraft to film? If there's not, we will continue with me exiting the show. Let's have a quick look see. I'm going to stay for the Super King, which is just about to start finals. So folks, I've shut the show down a little bit prematurely. Do forgive me. I really thought I'm snookered here without getting the manual out. Simon Kirby says it's been working all along. I don't know. My main output box was showing black. I think that's the terror of a new piece of equipment, isn't it? Hilarious. Well, it's proof positive, folks, that I will make it up as I go along sometimes, and that includes using new kit. So yeah, we'll take the incoming plane, and if there is nothing else hot on its heels or going out, that'll be show end. As always, if I spot a window for a pop-up midweek, I may come back just to do a shakedown with the kit before we go to Amsterdam, but other than that it will be all about Amsterdam. So this incoming Super King, operated by Woodgate Aviation. Not quite in my line of sight yet. So let's get the camera ready. Final plane of the show. Now I'll be thinking I ought to be able to see it, and I can. Just about there. Our incoming Super King. Ken Alloway, sincere and heartfelt thanks, mate. Cheers for that so much. I really do appreciate the support. I mean, you're a staunch friend of the channel, but thank you so much, buddy. As you know, everything received just rolls forward to the next trip. But I am going to get a coffee on the way back, no question. I don't think those hand warmers I was using could be relied on for 10 hours, mind. But they have proved pretty good. So in terms of incomers, alibi, just confirming we've got nothing else imminent with flight radar. I'd hate to be packing it up on something hove into view. Quick look see out of my quarter vision, couldn't see anything. Just fired a quick snap off. Incoming from Belfast. Right. Put the camera somewhere with some aviation in shot. Let's have a look see. Home time. Thanks, Alibi. Great shout, everybody. Look forward to seeing you all next time out. And have a great weekend. Do take care.